Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Rakkor Warrior. In the shadow of Mount Targon, where the earth reaches toward the heavens in defiant aspiration, there lived a people forged by hardship and tempered by dreams of glory. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of evening's quiet, let us journey to the windswept peaks of the Targonian range, where a young warrior named Atreus would one day challenge the very gods themselves. But our story begins not with divine rebellion, but with something far more precious and fragile, the friendship between two boys who dared to dream of touching the stars. Picture yourself standing among the rocky crags and sparse vegetation of the Rakkor territory, breathing the thin mountain air that carries whispers of ancient legends. Here, beneath the ever-watchful gaze of the cosmic peak, the Rakkor tribe has made their home for countless generations. These are a people shaped by their harsh environment, where survival demands strength, cunning, and an unbreakable will. Yet, even in this austere landscape, where every dawn brings new challenges, and every sunset counts as a victory, the warmth of human connection flourishes like hardy mountain flowers finding purchase in stone. Young Atreus moved through this world with the easy confidence of one born to its rhythms. His dark hair caught the high-altitude sunlight as he navigated the treacherous paths that served as highways between the scattered Rakkor settlements. From his earliest memories, he had known no other life than this, the constant testing, the daily trials that separated the strong from the weak, the worthy from the wanting. But what set Atreus apart was not merely his growing skill with spear and shield, though these came to him with natural grace. No. What truly distinguished him was the fire that burned in his chest, a flame of determination that seemed to grow brighter with each challenge he faced. Beside him through all these formative years walked Pylus, his closest friend and constant companion. Where Atreus burned with fierce ambition, Pylus brought a different kind of strength, the quiet wisdom of one who sees clearly, who understands that true power often lies not in the force of one's arm, but in the steadiness of one's heart. Together, they formed a partnership that seemed unbreakable, each complementing the other's strengths while shoring up their weaknesses. They trained together in the morning mists, sparred until their muscles ached in the afternoon heat, and shared their dreams beneath the star-filled canopy of Targonian nights. The Rakkor way was not an easy path, for it demanded that its children prove themselves worthy of their heritage through constant trial and dedication. Every aspect of daily life carried the weight of ancestral expectation. The young warriors learned to read the mountain's moods in the shift of wind patterns, to find water in the most unlikely places, to track prey across terrain that would defeat lesser hunters. They studied the old stories with the same intensity they brought to weaponcraft, understanding that knowledge of their people's history was as vital as skill with blade and bow. Yet beneath all this practical education lay a deeper current, the pull of Mount Targon itself. That towering presence dominated every horizon, its peak shrouded in clouds that seemed to hold mysteries beyond mortal comprehension. The Rakkor spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones, their words carrying the weight of generations who had gazed upward and wondered what lay beyond the veil of mist and stone. Some few among them, the stories whispered, had attempted the climb to its summit. Fewer still had returned, and those who did came back changed, touched by something that ordinary language could not capture. For Atreus and Pylus, The mountain represented the ultimate test, the final proof of worthiness that would elevate them from mere warriors to something approaching legend. They would sit together on clear evenings, watching the way the last light of day painted Targon's slopes in shades of gold and crimson, and speak in quiet voices of what they might find if they dared to climb. These conversations carried the weight of sacred oaths, for among the Rakkor, to speak of ascending the mountain was to bind oneself to the attempt. Words held power here, and dreams spoken aloud became debts that honor demanded be paid. The training that prepared them for such an undertaking was rigorous beyond what most could endure. Dawn would find them already moving, their bodies cutting through the morning air in practiced forms that had been refined over centuries of Rakkor tradition. Atreus threw himself into these exercises with the fervor of one possessed, each thrust of his spear carrying the force of his ambition, each defensive maneuver flowing with the fluid grace of one who had found his calling. His instructors watched with approval as his natural talent blossomed under dedicated cultivation, seeing in him the qualities that marked a true warrior. But it was not merely physical prowess that the Rakkor valued. Mental discipline proved equally important, for the mountain would test every aspect of an aspirant's character. They learned to endure pain without complaint, to face fear without flinching, to continue forward when every rational thought counseled retreat. These lessons came not through abstract instruction, but through lived experience, nights spent alone on exposed ledges, days without food or water, moments when the next handhold meant the difference between life and death. Through all these trials, the friendship between Atreus and Pylus deepened into something that transcended mere companionship. They became brothers in all but blood, each understanding the other's thoughts before they were spoken, each ready to sacrifice for the other's well-being. When Atreus pushed himself too hard and risked injury through overexertion, Pylus was there to counsel moderation. When Pylus doubted his own worthiness in the face of particularly challenging trials, Atreus offered the encouragement that rekindled his friend's determination. Their fellow Rakkor watched this partnership with a mixture of admiration and concern. Such bonds, while beautiful, could become liabilities when the ultimate test arrived. Mount Targon demanded that those who would climb it stand alone before its judgment, stripped of all external support save their own will and preparation. Yet even the most cautious among their teachers could not deny the way their connection seemed to elevate both warriors beyond what either might have achieved in isolation. As the seasons turned and their skills matured, the question of when they would attempt their ascent grew more pressing. The Rakkor had traditions governing such decisions, rituals of preparation, ceremonies of blessing, protocols that ensured aspirants understood the magnitude of their undertaking. But these formal requirements could not capture the deeper reality of readiness, that ineffable moment when a warrior's heart aligned with their destiny and called them to action. The signs came subtly at first. Atreus found himself waking before dawn, not from discipline, but from an inner restlessness that sleep could not soothe. His gaze turned more frequently toward the mountain's heights, and in those moments of contemplation, something seemed to call to him from beyond the visible slopes. Pylus experienced similar stirrings, though his manifested as an increasing urgency to complete their preparations, as if time itself were becoming a factor in their equation of readiness. The elders recognized these symptoms and nodded with the wisdom of those who had seen such signs before. They began to speak more frequently of the ancient paths, the traditional routes that offered the best chance of reaching Targon's peak alive. They shared stories of previous climbers, both those who had succeeded and those who had not returned, drawing lessons from each tale that might serve the young warriors in their own attempt. Yet, beneath all this preparation and guidance, lay an unspoken truth that both friends understood, but neither wished to voice. The mountain would test them in ways that no amount of training could fully prepare them for, and not all who began the climb together reached its end as companions. The peak demanded sacrifices, and those sacrifices might include the very bonds that had given their lives meaning. As our first chapter of Atreus's tale draws toward its close, we see him and Pylus standing together at the threshold of their greatest challenge. their friendship a bright flame against the gathering shadows of uncertainty. They have prepared as thoroughly as mortal determination and Rakkor tradition allow, yet they face the mountain knowing that preparation alone cannot guarantee success. In this moment of anticipation, when the familiar world of their youth stands ready to give way to the unknown trials ahead, perhaps we might consider our own moments of standing at such thresholds. What friendships have sustained us through our preparations for life's great challenges, and how do we honor those bonds even when our paths must diverge? Chapter 2. The Ascension Trial. The morning mist clung to Mount Targon's lower slopes like a shroud of silver secrets, reluctant to yield its mysteries to the rising sun. As we continue our journey through Atreus's transformation from mortal warrior to something far more complex, let us witness the day that would shatter his world and remake it in ways no Rakkor prophecy could have foretold. The ascension of Mount Targon represents more than a physical trial. It is a crucible where souls are tested and destinies are forged in the fires of divine judgment. Picture yourself standing with Atreus and Pylus at the traditional starting point of their sacred climb, where generations of Rakkor warriors have begun their ultimate test. The air here carries a different quality than in the settlements below, charged with an energy that seems to whisper of powers beyond mortal comprehension. Both young men stand in contemplative silence, their carefully maintained equipment reflecting their years of preparation, their faces bearing the solemn gravity of those who understand the magnitude of their undertaking. The path before them appears deceptively simple in the early morning light, a series of well-worn stone steps carved by countless hands over countless years. Yet Atreus knows, as all Rakkor know, that these visible markers represent only the beginning of a journey that transcends the merely physical. Mount Targon tests not just strength and endurance, but the very essence of who one claims to be. It strips away pretense and reveals the truth that lies beneath, sometimes beautiful, sometimes terrible, always uncompromising in its honesty. Their first steps onto the sacred path carry the weight of ritual and tradition. The stones beneath their feet have supported the dreams and fears of so many who came before, each footfall adding to a legacy written in determination and sacrifice. Atreus feels the mountain's presence immediately, not as the distant landmark he has gazed upon his entire life, but as a living entity that seems to regard him with ancient, inscrutable awareness. Every breath of the thin air reminds him that he has crossed a threshold from which there may be no return unchanged. Pylus moves with quiet confidence beside him, his steady presence offering reassurance without words. Their friendship has been tested by years of shared trials, and now it faces its ultimate examination. They climb in comfortable synchronization, each understanding the other's rhythm, each ready to offer support when the inevitable moments of doubt arise. The mountain seems to approve of their partnership, at least in these early stages, allowing them to maintain their connection as they navigate the initial challenges. The lower slopes present obstacles that would defeat less prepared climbers, but Atreus and Pylus meet each challenge with the skill their training has ingrained. Treacherous loose rock that could send the unwary tumbling to their doom becomes merely another puzzle to solve. Narrow ledges that offer no room for error transform into opportunities to demonstrate the balance and precision their years of practice have developed. Yet even as they overcome these physical barriers, both warriors sense that the mountain is merely observing, taking their measure before revealing its true tests. As they climb higher, the familiar world below shrinks away until the Rakkor settlements appear as mere specks against the vast landscape. This shifting perspective brings with it a strange liberation. The concerns and expectations that have shaped their lives begin to feel distant and abstract. Up here, surrounded by stone and sky, and the thin air that makes each breath a conscious effort, existence distills to its most essential elements. There is only the next handhold, the next step, the next moment of choice between perseverance and surrender. The mountain's true nature begins to reveal itself as they ascend beyond the reach of normal human habitation. The stone here bears markings that seem to shift when viewed peripherally, symbols that suggest meaning without quite revealing it. The wind carries sounds that might be voices or might be merely the echo of their own breathing, transformed by the acoustic properties of the peaks. Reality becomes fluid, malleable, as if the very act of climbing has transported them into a realm where different rules apply. Atreus finds himself changing as they climb, his perspective expanding beyond the narrow focus of Rakkor tradition. The physical exertion required by the ascent pushes his body to its limits, but more significantly, the mountain's otherworldly presence challenges his understanding of what is possible. He begins to glimpse truths that cannot be captured in words, insights about the nature of strength, the meaning of sacrifice, the delicate balance between mortal ambition and divine will. Their supplies, carefully rationed according to Rakkor wisdom, begin to dwindle as planned. This gradual reduction forces them to rely increasingly on their own inner resources, their determination and willpower becoming more important than any external equipment. The mountain strips away their dependencies systematically, layer by layer, until they stand revealed in their essential humanity, vulnerable, finite, yet possessed of something that no amount of divine power can truly extinguish. Days blur into one another as they climb, the normal rhythms of time becoming meaningless in the face of their singular focus. Sleep comes in brief, fitful intervals on narrow ledges where a single wrong movement could mean death. Food becomes a precious commodity doled out in careful portions, each bite a conscious decision to continue rather than conserve. Water, most precious of all, transforms into liquid hope that sustains not just their bodies but their spirits. The higher reaches of the mountain present challenges that transcend the physical realm entirely. Here, the boundary between reality and vision becomes permeable, and climbers must navigate not just the treacherous terrain, but the landscape of their own souls laid bare. Atreus experiences moments of profound clarity alternating with periods of crushing doubt, as if the mountain is testing every aspect of his character with methodical thoroughness. It is in one of these moments of testing that disaster strikes. The details blur together in a cascade of falling stone and desperate movement. Pylus reaching for a handhold that crumbles beneath his grip. Atreus lunging forward in a futile attempt to catch his falling friend. The terrible silence that follows the sound of impact far below. In the space of a heartbeat, the partnership that has defined both their lives is severed, leaving Atreus alone on the mountain's face with the weight of loss, threatening to crush him more surely than any avalanche. The grief that follows transcends simple sorrow, becoming something that reshapes the very foundations of Atreus's world. Pylus was more than a friend. He was the mirror in which Atreus saw his own best qualities reflected, the voice of wisdom that balanced his fiery ambition, the constant reminder that strength without compassion is mere brutality. Now, faced with the mountain's continued challenges while carrying the fresh wound of loss, Atreus must discover whether his determination can survive the removal of its most important foundation. Yet the mountain does not pause for grief, nor does it offer sympathy to those who would challenge its heights. If anything, Pylus's death seems to intensify the trials that follow, as if the peak recognizes that Atreus now faces his greatest test, the choice between retreat and advancement in the face of devastating loss. Each step upward becomes an act of defiance against the crushing weight of sorrow, each breath drawn a declaration that grief will not define the limits of his possibility. The remainder of his climb unfolds in a haze of determination bordering on obsession. Atreus drives himself forward with an intensity that borders on self-destruction, as if he can somehow honor Pylus's memory by completing what they began together. The mountain responds to this fierce dedication with increasingly surreal challenges, illusions that test his sanity, visions that question his motivations, moments where the boundary between life and death becomes perilously thin. As he approaches the summit, Atreus has been transformed by his journey from the confident young warrior who began the climb. The loss of Pylus has carved away something essential, leaving a hollow space that aches with each breath. Yet in that emptiness, something new begins to grow. An understanding that true strength sometimes means carrying forward alone, that the greatest victories are often built upon the foundation of the greatest sacrifices. The peak itself, when he finally reaches it, proves to be something beyond his imagination, a place where the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms grow thin enough to cross. Here, surrounded by clouds that seem to hold starlight and breathing air that tastes of eternity, Atreus stands at the threshold of a transformation he cannot yet comprehend. In this moment of triumph shadowed by loss, as our warrior stands alone at the summit where few mortals have ever tread, we might consider the price that all great achievements exact. How do we honor those who fall along the path to our dreams, and what do we owe to the memory of those whose sacrifice makes our success possible? Chapter 3. The Aspect's Possession. At the summit of Mount Targon, where mortal ambition meets divine judgment, the very air shimmers with possibilities that exist beyond the boundaries of ordinary reality. As we continue our exploration of Atreus's transformation into something far greater and far more terrible than he could have imagined, let us witness the moment when a grieving warrior's soul became host to powers that have shaped the cosmos since time immemorial. Here, in this thin space between earth and heaven, the course of one man's destiny, and indeed the fate of all Runeterra, would be irrevocably altered. Imagine yourself standing where Atreus stands now, atop the highest peak in the known world, surrounded by clouds that seem to hold captured starlight within their gossamer embrace. The exhaustion in his limbs feels distant, as if it belongs to someone else entirely, while the grief for Pylus burns in his chest like a coal that will never fully cool. Yet neither physical weariness nor emotional devastation can diminish the awe that fills him as he gazes upon the vista spread below, a world rendered small and precious by the perspective of heights no mortal was meant to achieve. The summit itself defies easy description, for it exists in a state of constant flux between the material and the ethereal. Ancient stone formations twist and spiral upward in patterns that seem to follow mathematical principles beyond human comprehension, their surfaces inscribed with symbols that hurt to look upon directly. The air here carries weight and texture, each breath drawing in not merely oxygen, but fragments of cosmic significance that settle in his lungs like sacred dust. It is in this liminal space that the aspect of war first makes its presence known. The entity does not announce itself with fanfare or divine proclamation, but rather seeps into awareness like dawn breaking over distant mountains, gradual at first, then overwhelming in its totality. Atreus feels it as a pressure against the inside of his skull, a vast intelligence pressing against the boundaries of his consciousness with the patient inevitability of geological time. The aspect regards him with something that might be curiosity, though such human emotions seem inadequate to describe the attention of a being that has existed since the first blade was raised in anger. Through senses he did not know he possessed, Atreus perceives the entity's true nature, not merely a god of war, but the fundamental concept of conflict itself given form and purpose. Every battle ever fought, every struggle between opposing forces, every moment when violence became the arbiter of fate, all of these feed into the aspect's endless hunger for martial perfection. Yet the entity sees something in this grief-stricken warrior that sparks its interest beyond mere opportunity. Perhaps it recognizes in Atreus's rage over Pylus's death a quality of fury that could be refined into divine purpose. Perhaps it senses in his determination to complete their shared quest a form of dedication that could serve cosmic ends, or perhaps, in ways that mortal minds cannot fully grasp, the aspect simply finds in Atreus a vessel suitable for the work that must be done. The moment of possession begins not with violence, but with seduction. The aspect whispers to Atreus of powers beyond imagination, of the ability to ensure that no one he cares about need ever fall again as Pylus did. It speaks of justice that could be enacted on a cosmic scale, of wrongs that could be righted through the application of perfect, divine warfare. The promises flow like honey mixed with poison, sweet enough to tempt but carrying within them the seeds of transformation that will consume everything. Atreus believes himself to be, for a heartbeat, 2 heartbeats. Atreus hesitates on the threshold. Some deep part of him recognizes the magnitude of what is being offered, understands that acceptance will mean the death of the man he has always been, but grief makes poor counsel, and rage clouds judgment even among the wisest. The pain of Pylus's loss burns too fresh, too bright for rational consideration. In that moment of vulnerability, when sorrow has carved away his defenses and left his soul exposed, Atreus opens himself to the aspect's embrace. The transformation that follows transcends any merely physical change. The aspect flows into Atreus like molten gold poured into a crucible, filling every corner of his being with purpose and power beyond mortal comprehension. His memories remain, but they are overlaid with layers of divine knowledge, tactical wisdom accumulated across millennia of warfare, understanding of battle dynamics that span multiple dimensions, awareness of conflict patterns that shape the rise and fall of civilizations. Yet this is not a gentle merging of equals, but a conquest more complete than any earthly victory. The aspect does not simply share Atreus's body, it colonizes his very identity, rewriting the fundamental structures of his personality to serve its cosmic agenda. The man who climbed Mount Targon, driven by friendship and dreams of glory, begins to fade, his individual consciousness becoming a distant echo beneath the thunderous presence of divine will. The physical changes manifest gradually but inexorably. Atreus's mortal frame expands and strengthens to accommodate the cosmic forces now residing within it. His skin takes on a bronze-like quality that seems to hold captive sunlight, while his eyes begin to burn with the cold fire of stars. The simple weapons he carried up the mountain transform as well, blessed and enhanced by proximity to divine power, until they become instruments worthy of a god's warfare. But the most profound alterations occur in the realm of consciousness. The aspect's influence seeps through every memory, every hope, every dream that once defined Atreus as an individual. His love for Pylus becomes subsumed into a broader understanding of sacrifice for the greater good. His ambition to prove himself worthy transforms into unquestioning dedication to the aspect's will. His human compassion, while not entirely erased, becomes filtered through the cold logic of cosmic necessity. As the possession reaches completion, the entity that was once Atreus stands transformed into something that bears his face but speaks with divine authority. This is Pantheon, the unbreakable spear, the aspect of war made manifest in mortal flesh. The individual consciousness that climbed the mountain still exists somewhere deep within, but it has been buried beneath layers of divine purpose like a fossil trapped in amber, preserved but powerless to affect the world above. Pantheon descends from Mount Targon with the measured step of one who carries the weight of cosmic responsibility. The mountain itself seems to recognize the change, offering easier passage to this divine mortal hybrid than it did to the struggling warrior who ascended its slopes. The very stones appear to bow in acknowledgement of the power that now walks among them, while the wind carries whispers of wars that must be fought and victories that must be won. The Rakkor settlements below sense the approaching presence long before Pantheon comes into view. Animals flee in instinctive terror from something that violates the natural order, while sensitive individuals among the tribe report dreams of bronze spears and burning eyes. When Pantheon finally appears among them, few recognize the young warrior who departed with such hope and determination. This being wears Atreus's face, but speaks with a voice that carries the authority of eons. The transformation is now complete, yet in the deepest recesses of the consciousness that was once purely Atreus, something persists. Like an ember buried in ash, the essential core of his humanity endures the divine overlay, neither extinguished nor fully consumed. This fragment of mortal will becomes both prisoner and seed, waiting for circumstances that might allow it to grow once more into something capable of challenging the god that has claimed dominion over its flesh. The aspect revels in its new incarnation, testing the capabilities of its mortal vessel with the satisfaction of a craftsman admiring a perfectly forged weapon. Through Pantheon's enhanced senses, it surveys a world ripe with conflicts that require divine intervention. Wars rage across multiple continents. Ancient evils stir in forgotten places, and the delicate balance between order and chaos threatens to tip toward universal destruction. There is work to be done, and now the aspect possesses the perfect instrument to accomplish it. Yet, even in its moment of triumph, the aspect cannot entirely suppress the memories that belong to its host. Flashes of Pylus's friendship pierce through the divine certainty, like cracks in bronze armor, carrying with them emotions that no cosmic entity should be able to feel. These moments of human remembrance serve as unwelcome reminders that even the most complete possession cannot entirely erase the soul it has claimed. As our third chapter draws toward its close, we witness Pantheon standing at the threshold of a new existence, divine power flowing through mortal veins, while the echo of Atreus's humanity whispers its defiance from the depths of shared consciousness. The aspect believes itself triumphant, its will made manifest in the perfect fusion of cosmic authority and mortal form. In this moment of apparent divine victory, when individual identity seems lost beneath the weight of cosmic purpose, we might reflect on what truly defines the essence of who we are. Can external forces, no matter how powerful, completely erase the fundamental core of our being, or does something indestructible persist, even in the face of overwhelming transformation? Chapter 4. The Celestial Warrior. In the years that followed Atreus's transformation into the divine vessel known as Pantheon, the mortal realm witnessed the emergence of a warrior whose power transcended the boundaries of earthly conflict. As we delve deeper into this tale of divine possession and buried humanity, let us explore the era when the aspect of war walked among mortals as their supposed champion, wielding cosmic authority with the precision of a master craftsman and the ruthlessness of elemental force. Yet beneath this divine perfection, the soul of Atreus endured its captivity, watching through borrowed eyes, as his body served purposes he could no longer control. Picture yourself observing from the celestial realm, as Pantheon strides across the battlefields of Runeterra, his bronze-wreathed form cutting through conflicts with the inexorable advance of destiny itself. The aspect has found in this mortal vessel something approaching perfection, a combination of human determination and divine power that serves its cosmic agenda with unprecedented effectiveness. Through Pantheon's enhanced senses, the entity experiences warfare as it was meant to be: pure, purposeful, stripped of the messy complications that lesser beings introduce through emotion and personal attachment. The first campaigns that Pantheon undertakes serve to establish the new hierarchy of power. Ancient threats that have plagued mortal civilizations for generations find themselves facing an opponent who brings not merely superior skill, but cosmic understanding of conflict itself. The aspect views each battle as both practical necessity and philosophical exercise, using these encounters to refine its control over its mortal host, while demonstrating the superiority of divine warfare over mere human struggle. In the rocky highlands where nomadic raiders have terrorized peaceful settlements for decades, Pantheon arrives like judgment personified. The aspect studies their crude tactics with the detached interest of a scholar examining primitive artifacts, already calculating the minimal effort required to restore order. The raiders, accustomed to facing desperate farmers and poorly trained militia, suddenly find themselves confronting something that moves with the fluid precision of water and strikes with the finality of lightning. The battle, if it can even be called such, unfolds with mathematical certainty. Pantheon's spear finds its mark with accuracy that defies natural law, while his shield turns aside attacks that should have been impossible to anticipate. The aspect fights not with passion or fury, but with the calm efficiency of natural force, wind shaping stone, water carving valleys, time wearing away mountains. When the dust settles, the raiders lie scattered like leaves before a storm, their threat permanently ended through the application of perfect martial technique. Yet, for the buried consciousness of Atreus, witnessing this effortless victory brings no satisfaction. He watches helplessly as his body performs feats of warfare beyond his mortal imagination, each movement executed with precision he could never have achieved on his own. The power is intoxicating, even filtered through layers of divine control. But it comes at the cost of everything that once gave his life meaning. He has become a passenger in his own flesh, reduced to observing while the aspect pilots his form toward destinations he cannot influence. The aspect's influence extends beyond mere combat prowess into every aspect of existence. Pantheon requires no rest as mortals understand it, drawing sustenance directly from cosmic forces that flow through Mount Targon's celestial connections. Food becomes unnecessary, sleep transforms into a form of meditation that allows deeper communion with divine power, and physical limitations that once defined human experience simply cease to apply. The vessel has been perfected for its purpose, optimized beyond any natural boundary. Yet this optimization comes with unexpected complications. The memories that belonged to Atreus persist with annoying clarity, occasionally surfacing at moments when the aspect's attention is focused elsewhere. The taste of simple bread shared with Pylus intrudes during formal ceremonies honoring divine victory. The sound of his friend's laughter echoes through chambers of consciousness that should contain only tactical assessments and strategic planning. These human remnants serve as unwelcome reminders that even the most complete transformation cannot entirely erase what came before. As Pantheon's reputation spreads across the mortal realm, he attracts the attention of other cosmic entities who recognize the aspect's handiwork. Some approach with offers of alliance, seeing opportunity in the emergence of a divine warrior who walks freely among mortals. Others regard this development with suspicion, understanding that the balance of celestial power has shifted in ways that could have far-reaching consequences. The aspect navigates these relationships with the same calculated precision it brings to warfare, never revealing more than necessity demands, while gathering intelligence about potential threats and opportunities. The mortal populations that Pantheon encounters respond to his presence with a mixture of awe and terror that the aspect finds deeply satisfying. Here, finally, is the proper relationship between divine and mortal, recognition of superior power, acknowledgement of cosmic authority, submission to will that transcends petty human concerns. The entity takes particular pleasure in moments when hardened warriors prostrate themselves before Pantheon's approach, understanding instinctively that they face something beyond their capacity to challenge or comprehend. Yet the aspect's satisfaction proves incomplete, marred by persistent intrusions from the consciousness it thought it had successfully suppressed. Atreus's memories of friendship and loss refuse to be entirely subsumed into divine purpose, creating moments of unexpected emotional resonance that threaten the entity's cold perfection. When Pantheon encounters young warriors whose partnership reminds him of Atreus and Pylus, something deeper than tactical assessment stirs within the divine vessel. These instances of unwelcome humanity become more frequent as time passes, suggesting that the possession may not be as complete as the aspect initially believed. The mortal soul proves more resilient than anticipated, its essential nature persisting beneath layers of divine overlay like bedrock beneath accumulated sediment. The entity begins to devote increasing attention to maintaining control, employing methods of consciousness suppression that grow ever more elaborate and forceful. The campaigns that follow take on increasing significance as testing grounds for the aspect's dominion over its host. Each victory must be achieved not merely in the external world, but in the internal struggle for control over Pantheon's consciousness. The entity drives its vessel to ever greater heights of martial perfection, partly to serve cosmic purposes, but increasingly to demonstrate its absolute authority over the mortal soul it has claimed. In the desert wastes where ancient spirits still walk among the ruins of forgotten civilizations, Pantheon faces opponents whose power approaches his own. These battles require the full extent of his enhanced capabilities, forcing the aspect to channel cosmic forces through mortal flesh in ways that test the very limits of what the vessel can endure. The strain of containing such power begins to create hairline fractures in the divine control, moments when Atreus's consciousness surfaces like air bubbles rising through deep water. The aspect responds to these challenges by tightening its grip, employing increasingly sophisticated methods of consciousness suppression. It floods Pantheon's awareness with divine purpose, overwhelming any human emotion with the cold certainty of cosmic necessity. It rewrites memories of friendship and loss, layering them with meanings that serve its agenda rather than the mortal's original experiences. Yet, despite these efforts, something irreducible persists, a core of human will that refuses to be entirely consumed. These internal struggles remain hidden from external observers, who see only Pantheon's continued victories and growing reputation. The aspect has become supremely skilled at maintaining the illusion of complete control, presenting a facade of divine perfection, while fighting an increasingly complex battle for dominance within its own vessel. The entity begins to understand that true mastery over mortal consciousness may require more than simple overwhelming force. As our exploration of Pantheon's time as the aspect's perfect weapon draws toward its conclusion, we witness the gradual development of cracks in what appeared to be flawless divine control. The entity has achieved everything it sought, a mortal vessel of unprecedented capability, victories that cement its reputation across the cosmic realm, and influence over earthly affairs that serves its grand design. Yet the very success of this possession carries within it the seeds of future complications. In these moments when divine certainty wavers before the persistent flame of human will, we might consider the true nature of identity and the forces that shape who we become. Can any external influence, regardless of its power, completely overwrite the essential core of our being? Or does something fundamental persist that no amount of control can entirely suppress? Chapter 5. The Darkin War. In the annals of cosmic conflict, few events have tested the resolve of celestial powers as thoroughly as the war against the Darkin. Those fallen ascended, who had become corrupted beyond redemption, their noble hearts twisted into instruments of pure malevolence. As we continue our journey through Pantheon's existence as the aspect's vessel, let us witness the campaign that would define his reputation among both mortals and immortals, where divine purpose met its most terrible opposition. Here, in battles that raged across dimensions and threatened the very fabric of reality, the true cost of cosmic warfare would be revealed in all its devastating glory. Imagine yourself standing at the threshold between worlds, where the boundaries of mortal reality thin enough to glimpse the vast theater of divine conflict. The Darkin had emerged from their ancient prisons with hunger that had only grown more terrible during their long captivity, their corrupted forms seeking to devour not merely flesh and blood, but the very essence of existence itself. Against this tide of ravenous darkness, the aspect of war deployed its perfect weapon, Pantheon, the mortal vessel enhanced beyond natural limitation, armed with cosmic authority and driven by divine will. The first encounter with a Darkin proves unlike any battle Pantheon has previously experienced. These are not mere opponents to be defeated through superior tactics or overwhelming force, but entities whose very existence represents a fundamental perversion of natural order. When Atreus, the Darkin Blade, manifests his grotesque form upon a battlefield already carpeted with the fallen, even the aspect experiences something approaching uncertainty. This creature was once among the greatest of the Ascended, a hero whose nobility had been legend throughout Shurima's golden age, now transformed into something that makes mockery of every virtue he once embodied. The battle that ensues transcends physical combat, becoming a clash between competing philosophies made manifest in blade and blood. Atreus fights with the desperation of one who has been denied peace for millennia, his every strike carrying the weight of accumulated suffering and rage. His form shifts and writhes as the battle progresses, flesh and metal merging in configurations that hurt to perceive, while his voice carries harmonics that speak directly to the fear centers of mortal consciousness. Yet Pantheon meets this horror with the cold precision that has become his hallmark. The aspect channels cosmic forces through its vessel with methodical efficiency, each defensive maneuver calculated to conserve energy, while each offensive strike targets vulnerabilities that only divine perception can detect. The bronze spear that once belonged to a simple Rakkor warrior now blazes with starfire, its point guided by tactical understanding, accumulated across eons of conflict. But as the battle rages, something unexpected occurs within Pantheon's consciousness. The sheer enormity of Atrox's suffering, the anguish of a noble soul trapped within monstrous flesh, crying out for an end that will not come, resonates with frequencies that awaken dormant echoes in Atreus's buried awareness. For brief moments, the human consciousness surfaces enough to comprehend what he is witnessing, not merely a monster to be destroyed, but a victim of cosmic cruelty, whose pain has transformed into endless rage. The aspect recognizes this intrusion immediately, and responds with increased force, flooding Pantheon's awareness with divine purpose, while pressing the attack against Atrox with renewed vigor. Yet the damage has been done. A crack has appeared in the perfect synthesis of divine will and mortal vessel, a hairline fracture that suggests the possibility of deeper structural weakness. The entity files this information away for later consideration, while focusing on the immediate necessity of defeating its corrupted opponent. The victory, when it comes, carries none of the satisfaction that normally accompanies successful completion of cosmic duty. Atrox's form collapses back into the sword that houses his consciousness, temporarily dormant but far from truly defeated. The aspect understands that this is merely the first engagement in what promises to be a protracted campaign against enemies whose very existence challenges the established order of reality. As news of other Darkin manifestations reaches the cosmic realm, Pantheon finds himself deployed across an ever-widening theater of operations. Each encounter brings its own unique horrors, Rost's insidious whispers that seek to corrupt through promised power, Varus's tragic fusion of multiple consciousness trapped within a single vessel, the unnamed Darkin, whose very presence warps reality into nightmarish configurations. The aspect adapts its tactics to each opponent, while maintaining meticulous records of their capabilities and weaknesses. Yet with each battle, the cracks in Pantheon's consciousness grow wider, the sheer scope of suffering, represented by the Darkin force's unwelcome recognitions upon the buried humanity within the divine vessel. Atreus's memories of loss and grief find terrible parallels in the corruption of beings who once stood as paragons of virtue. The knowledge that heroism itself can be twisted into its opposite creates resonances that the aspect finds increasingly difficult to suppress. The campaign reaches its climax when multiple Darkin coordinate their efforts in an assault that threatens to tear open permanent rifts between dimensions. The battle that follows dwarfs all previous engagements, as cosmic forces clash with powers that should never have been allowed to exist. Pantheon fights alongside other aspect-touched champions, their combined might barely sufficient to contain the spreading corruption that seeks to devour reality itself. In the midst of this ultimate confrontation, as divine power flows through mortal flesh in quantities that threaten to burn away all human remnants, something extraordinary occurs. The accumulated pressure of witnessing so much corrupted nobility, so much transformed virtue turned to malevolence, finally breaks through the aspect's defenses. For a single crucial moment, Atreus's consciousness surfaces completely, experiencing the full horror of the cosmic conflict with unfiltered human emotion. The shock of this sudden awareness proves almost overwhelming. Through eyes that burn with starfire, Atreus perceives the true scope of the Darkin War, not merely a conflict between order and chaos, but a tragedy of cosmic proportions, where former heroes have been transformed into the very evil they once fought against. The weight of this understanding, combined with his own trapped state within Pantheon's enhanced form, creates a moment of perfect sympathy between victim and observer. This moment of human consciousness proves brief but significant. The aspect reasserts control almost immediately, flooding Pantheon's awareness with divine purpose and tactical imperatives. Yet the damage has been done. The buried humanity has tasted freedom, however briefly, and the memory of that experience becomes a seed that no amount of divine suppression can entirely eradicate. The entity begins to understand that its perfect weapon carries within it the potential for rebellion. The immediate crisis passes as the combined efforts of the celestial champions succeed in forcing the Darkin back into dormancy. The rifts between dimensions seal, reality stabilizes, and the immediate threat to cosmic order subsides. Yet the victory feels hollow, tainted by the knowledge that the underlying problem, the existence of corrupted Ascended whose suffering has no end, remains unresolved. In the aftermath of the Darkin War, Pantheon's reputation among cosmic entities reaches new heights. The Aspect has proven its vessel capable of confronting the most dangerous threats to universal order, demonstrating tactical brilliance and raw power in equal measure. Other divine beings regard Pantheon with newfound respect, recognizing in him a weapon of unprecedented reliability and effectiveness. Yet beneath this external success, the internal struggle for control over Pantheon's consciousness has entered a new phase. The experiences of the Darkin War have provided Atreus's buried humanity with something it previously lacked: a framework for understanding its own captivity and the moral implications of its situation. The knowledge that even the most noble spirits can be corrupted and enslaved resonates with his own experience of divine possession, creating parallels that the Aspect finds deeply troubling. The entity responds by implementing new protocols for consciousness suppression, employing techniques designed to prevent future episodes of unwelcome awareness. Yet these very efforts serve to confirm what the experiences of war have already suggested: that the perfect fusion of divine will and mortal vessel may not be as permanent as originally believed. As our exploration of the Darkin War draws toward its close, we witness Pantheon standing victorious, yet somehow diminished, his cosmic power intact, but his perfect obedience subtly compromised by exposure to truths too profound for even divine control to entirely suppress. The Aspect has achieved its tactical objectives, while inadvertently awakening the very humanity it sought to erase. In these moments when victory carries the seeds of future challenge, when triumph reveals the fragility of even cosmic certainties, we might reflect on the price of bearing witness to suffering we cannot alleviate. How do we maintain our essential humanity when confronted with tragedies so vast that individual action seems meaningless, and what responsibility do we bear for the pain we observe but cannot prevent? Chapter 6. Memories of Mortality. In the depths of divine consciousness, where cosmic purpose flows like molten gold through channels carved by eons of celestial will, something fragile yet indestructible persists against all reason and expectation. As we delve deeper into the complex relationship between Atreus and the Aspect that has claimed dominion over his flesh, let us explore those moments when mortal memory surfaces like trapped air breaking free from deep water. These fragments of humanity, seemingly insignificant against the vast weight of divine authority, carry within them the power to reshape the very foundations of cosmic order. Picture yourself witnessing the quiet moments between battles, when Pantheon stands motionless on some windswept promontory, his bronze-wreathed form silhouetted against skies that burn with the light of distant stars. To external observers, these interludes appear to be periods of tactical assessment or communion with cosmic forces, yet beneath the divine facade, something far more profound unfolds, a struggle for identity that plays out in the deepest chambers of shared consciousness, where the soul of Atreus wages its patient war against extinction. The memories come without warning or invitation, triggered by sensory details so subtle that even the Aspect's heightened awareness sometimes fails to anticipate them. The scent of mountain air carries with it the ghost of that final morning when two young warriors stood at the base of Mount Targon, their friendship the bright center of a world that seemed full of limitless possibility. The sound of wind through rocky passes awakens echoes of Pylus's voice, speaking words of encouragement that once gave Atreus the strength to continue when exhaustion threatened to claim him. These moments of unwelcome recollection prove more dangerous to the Aspect's control than any external enemy. Each fragment of genuine human memory carries with it emotional resonances that divine consciousness struggles to process or contain. The entity finds itself confronted with sensations for which cosmic understanding provides no adequate framework. The warmth of friendship freely given, the pain of loss that serves no tactical purpose, the simple joy of shared laughter that accomplishes nothing beyond its own existence. The aspect responds to these intrusions with increasing sophistication, developing techniques of memory suppression that go far beyond mere conscious overlay. It attempts to rewrite the emotional significance of Atreus's experiences, transforming moments of joy into tactical lessons and instances of grief into evidence of mortal weakness. Yet these efforts prove only partially successful, for the memories possess a quality that resists alteration, an authenticity that cannot be replicated or improved upon by divine will. One particular memory proves especially persistent, surfacing with such regularity that the aspect begins to devote significant resources to its containment. It is a simple scene: Atreus and Pylus sharing a meal of bread and dried meat on a ledge, halfway up Mount Targon. Their conversation ranging from tactical concerns to idle speculation about what they might find at the summit. The mundane details of this moment, the texture of the bread, the way the setting sun painted the clouds below them in shades of gold and crimson, the easy comfort of companionship that required no words, carry an emotional weight that threatens to undermine the divine certainty that has become Pantheon's defining characteristic. As time passes, the aspect discovers that these memories possess an almost viral quality, spreading their influence to other aspects of Pantheon's consciousness. Tactical assessments begin to include considerations that serve no cosmic purpose, concern for the welfare of innocent bystanders, hesitation before actions that might cause unnecessary suffering, moments of mercy that compromise operational efficiency. The entity recognizes these developments as symptoms of a deeper infection, signs that the mortal consciousness has found ways to influence behavior, despite its supposed subjugation. The most troubling manifestation of this growing influence occurs during encounters with mortal warriors whose circumstances echo Atreus's own past. When Pantheon observes young fighters whose partnership mirrors the bond he once shared with Pylus, something beyond tactical interest stirs within the divine vessel. The aspect finds itself compelled to observe these relationships with an attention that serves no strategic purpose, as if drawn by forces it cannot entirely understand or control. These observations awaken within Atreus's buried consciousness a profound sense of loss that transcends his own personal tragedy. He begins to perceive the countless friendships and partnerships that exist throughout the mortal realm, each one precious and irreplaceable to those who share it, each one vulnerable to the same forces of chance and circumstance that claimed Pylus. The weight of this recognition, that suffering and loss are universal experiences rather than personal failures, begins to transform his understanding of his own captivity. The aspect attempts to counter this growing awareness by intensifying its focus on cosmic necessity, flooding Pantheon's consciousness with reminders of the greater good served by divine intervention. It presents detailed analyses of the conflicts prevented by celestial action, the civilizations preserved through strategic intervention, the cosmic balance maintained through the application of superior force. Yet these rational arguments prove inadequate against the emotional truth carried by Atreus's memories. The most significant breakthrough occurs when Pantheon encounters a group of Rakkor warriors who have survived their own attempted ascent of Mount Targon. Their presence awakens a cascade of memories so vivid and immediate that even the aspect's enhanced control systems prove insufficient to contain them. For several crucial moments, Atreus experiences something approaching full awareness of his situation, trapped within his own flesh, reduced to a passenger in a body that once obeyed his will, forced to watch as cosmic forces use his form to serve purposes he never chose. This moment of clarity proves brief but transformative. For the first time since his possession began, Atreus fully comprehends the magnitude of what has been taken from him, not merely his physical autonomy, but his right to choose his own path, to form his own relationships, to fail or succeed according to his own merits and limitations. The injustice of this theft burns with an intensity that surprises even him, kindling a flame of righteous anger that no amount of divine suppression can entirely extinguish. The aspect recognizes the danger immediately and responds with overwhelming force, drowning Atreus's consciousness in waves of cosmic purpose and divine will. Yet the damage has been done. The buried humanity has tasted the possibility of resistance, and the memory of that potential becomes a seed that takes root in the deepest recesses of shared consciousness. The entity begins to understand that its perfect weapon carries within it the capacity for rebellion. In the days that follow this incident, the struggle for control over Pantheon's consciousness intensifies dramatically. The aspect employs increasingly sophisticated techniques of mental domination, rewriting neural pathways and suppressing emotional responses with scientific precision. Yet Atreus's memories prove remarkably resilient, adapting to each new form of suppression and finding ways to preserve their essential meaning despite constant assault. The memories begin to take on qualities of active resistance, surfacing at moments when they can cause maximum disruption to the aspect's plans. During critical negotiations with other cosmic entities, Atreus's recollections of Rakkor honor codes intrude with suggestions of alternative approaches. In the midst of tactical planning sessions, memories of Pylus's wisdom offer perspectives that challenge divine assumptions about the nature of strength and victory. These intrusions force the aspect to divide its attention between external objectives and internal security, reducing the efficiency that once made Pantheon such a perfect weapon. The entity begins to understand that complete control over mortal consciousness may be more difficult to achieve than originally anticipated, requiring resources and attention that compromise its ability to focus on cosmic responsibilities. Yet perhaps the most significant development occurs not in moments of dramatic breakthrough, but in the gradual accumulation of small victories that reshape the landscape of shared consciousness. Each memory that resists suppression, each moment of unwelcome emotion that surfaces despite divine control, each instance of moral hesitation that compromises operational efficiency, all of these combine to create a foundation upon which larger resistance can build. As our exploration of memory and identity within divine captivity draws toward its conclusion, we witness the slow transformation of what appeared to be complete subjugation into something far more complex and unstable. The aspect has achieved its immediate objectives, while inadvertently nurturing the very humanity it sought to erase, creating conditions that may eventually threaten the permanence of its control. In these moments when the past refuses to remain buried, when memory becomes a form of resistance against overwhelming authority, we might consider the role that our own experiences play in shaping who we become. What parts of ourselves do we carry forward, regardless of external pressures to change, and how do these persistent elements of identity serve as anchors in times of transformation or uncertainty? Chapter 7. The Mortal's Rebellion. In the deepest chambers of consciousness where divine will meets mortal determination, a war unlike any other begins to unfold, not between external armies or cosmic forces, but between two aspects of the same being locked in struggle for the right to exist. As we witness the moment when Atreus's long-dormant humanity finally gathers sufficient strength to challenge the aspect's dominion, let us observe how the most profound battles are often fought not on distant battlefields, but within the landscape of the soul itself. Here, in the space between heartbeats, the true meaning of the phrase "unbreakable" will be tested against forces that have shaped reality since time immemorial. Imagine yourself existing in that liminal space where thought becomes action, where will transforms into reality, where the boundary between self and other grows thin enough to cross. The rebellion does not begin with dramatic declarations or sudden upheavals, but rather emerges from the accumulated weight of countless small resistances that have slowly eroded the foundations of the aspect's control. Like water wearing away stone, Atreus's persistent humanity has carved channels through divine certainty, creating pathways through which something greater might eventually flow. The catalyst arrives in a moment of cosmic irony, when Pantheon encounters a situation that mirrors his own captivity, with such precision that even the aspect's sophisticated defenses prove inadequate. A mortal warrior enhanced by demonic power against his will, fights desperately to reclaim control over his own actions, while supernatural forces puppet his body toward purposes that violate every principle he holds sacred. The parallel proves too exact, too immediate, for divine suppression to contain. In that instant of recognition, Atreus experiences a moment of perfect clarity that cuts through layers of cosmic conditioning like starlight piercing storm clouds. He sees himself reflected in the possessed warrior's struggle, understands his own situation with a vividness that no amount of divine overlay can diminish. The knowledge that he is not alone in his captivity, that others have faced similar violations of their essential selfhood, provides the emotional foundation upon which rebellion can build. The aspect recognizes the danger immediately and responds with overwhelming force, flooding Pantheon's consciousness with waves of divine purpose, designed to wash away this unwelcome awareness. Yet something has fundamentally changed in the dynamic between captor and captive. The accumulated strength of preserved memories, the emotional resonance of shared suffering, the simple but profound recognition of injustice. All of these combine to create a bulwark against which cosmic authority crashes like waves against stone. For the first time since his possession began, Atreus experiences the sensation of successful resistance. The feeling proves intoxicating beyond description, not the crude satisfaction of physical victory, but the deeper joy of asserting essential identity against forces that seek to deny its existence. This single moment of defiance becomes a beacon around which his scattered consciousness can begin to coalesce, a point of reference that allows him to distinguish between his own thoughts and those imposed by divine will. The internal battle that follows transcends any physical conflict in its intensity and significance. The aspect employs every technique of consciousness suppression at its disposal, rewriting neural pathways, flooding awareness with cosmic imperatives, attempting to drown the emerging rebellion in an ocean of divine certainty. Yet Atreus has discovered something that even cosmic power cannot easily overcome: the simple but unshakable conviction that he has the right to exist as himself. The struggle manifests in subtle but significant ways in the external world. Pantheon's movements begin to carry occasional hesitations, moments when divine certainty wavers before surges of mortal doubt. His tactical assessments include considerations that serve no cosmic purpose, while his interactions with other beings carry undertones of empathy that compromise the cold efficiency that once defined his every action. These changes prove minute enough to escape casual observation, yet profound enough to indicate fundamental shifts in the balance of internal power. As the rebellion gathers strength, Atreus begins to reclaim territory within his own consciousness that has been under divine occupation for years. Memories that were once suppressed or altered return to their original clarity, carrying with them emotional resonances that the aspect can no longer entirely contain. The simple pleasure of friendship, the pain of genuine loss, the complex satisfaction of personal achievement, earned through effort and dedication. All of these human experiences reassert their rightful place in the landscape of his awareness. The process proves neither easy nor linear, for the aspect possesses resources accumulated across eons of existence and understanding of consciousness manipulation that far exceeds mortal comprehension. Each gain that Atreus achieves must be defended against constant counterattack, each recovered memory protected against renewed attempts at suppression or alteration. The entity adapts its tactics constantly, employing ever more sophisticated methods of control in response to the growing resistance. Yet Atreus discovers that his humanity possesses qualities that divine power struggles to comprehend or counter. The messy complexity of mortal emotion, the irrational but powerful force of personal attachment, the stubborn refusal to accept that might makes right. These characteristics that the aspect once viewed as weaknesses now prove to be sources of unexpected strength. They create patterns of resistance that cosmic logic cannot easily predict or neutralize. The turning point arrives when Atreus manages to assert partial control over Pantheon's physical form during a moment of crisis. The sensation of feeling his own flesh respond to his will, rather than divine command, proves overwhelming in its significance. For several crucial seconds, he experiences the simple miracle of raising his own hand through conscious choice, of speaking words that emerge from his own thoughts rather than cosmic imperatives. The brevity of this control makes it no less profound. He has proven to himself that reclamation remains possible, The aspect's response to this breakthrough reveals the depth of its concern about the growing rebellion. The entity abandons subtle methods of control in favor of more direct and forceful intervention, flooding Pantheon's consciousness with divine will so intense that it threatens to burn away all traces of human awareness. Yet this very extremity of response provides Atreus with valuable intelligence about his captor's limitations and fears. As the internal war intensifies, both combatants begin to understand that they are engaged in a conflict that will determine not merely the immediate control of Pantheon's form, but the fundamental nature of the relationship between divine and mortal consciousness. The aspect fights to preserve a system of cosmic order that depends upon the absolute supremacy of celestial will over earthly concerns. Atreus struggles to reclaim not just his own identity, but the right of all conscious beings to determine their own destiny. The rebellion takes on larger significance as it continues, becoming a test case for questions that extend far beyond the fate of a single Rakkor warrior. Can divine power, regardless of its magnitude or legitimacy, rightfully claim absolute dominion over individual consciousness? Does cosmic necessity justify the complete suppression of personal identity? Are there aspects of mortal existence that remain sacred even in the face of universal concerns? Through the gradual accumulation of small victories and hard-won insights, Atreus begins to develop a more sophisticated understanding of his situation and the possibilities it contains. He learns to work within the constraints of his captivity rather than simply raging against them, finding ways to influence Pantheon's actions without triggering the aspect's defensive systems. This strategic approach to rebellion proves far more effective than direct confrontation. The most significant development occurs when Atreus realizes that his struggle for freedom need not be a zero-sum conflict with the aspect. Rather than seeking to completely expel the divine presence, he begins to explore the possibility of partnership, a relationship where cosmic power serves mortal will rather than replacing it entirely. This shift in perspective opens new avenues for resistance, while avoiding the total warfare that would likely result in his complete destruction. As our exploration of rebellion and resistance draws toward its conclusion, we witness the transformation of what began as simple defiance into something approaching strategic revolution. Atreus has moved beyond merely asserting his right to exist toward actively working to reshape the terms of his relationship with divine power. The aspect, in turn, has been forced to acknowledge that complete control over mortal consciousness may prove more difficult to achieve than originally anticipated. In these moments, when the seemingly powerless discover their capacity for resistance, when individual will asserts itself against overwhelming authority, we might reflect on the sources of our own strength in times of challenge. What essential aspects of ourselves do we refuse to surrender regardless of external pressure? And how do these core convictions provide the foundation for meaningful action in the face of seemingly impossible odds? Chapter 8. Breaking Divine Chains. In the crucible where mortal will meets cosmic authority, where the fundamental nature of identity itself hangs in the balance, the true test of what it means to be unbreakable begins to unfold. As we witness Atreus's desperate struggle to shatter the divine chains that have bound his consciousness for so long, let us explore the paradox of strength, how sometimes the greatest power lies not in wielding force, but in refusing to be wielded by it. Here, in the deepest recesses of shared consciousness, a battle rages that will determine whether the human spirit can truly triumph over the tyranny of cosmic certainty. Picture yourself standing at the epicenter of a war that exists beyond physical dimensions, where thoughts become weapons and memories serve as armor against the overwhelming tide of divine will. The chains that bind Atreus are not forged of metal or magic, but of something far more insidious, layers of cosmic conditioning that have slowly replaced his natural responses with imposed imperatives, his personal desires with divine objectives, his individual identity with celestial purpose. Yet these ethereal bonds, precisely because they exist in the realm of consciousness, prove vulnerable to weapons that the aspect never anticipated. The process of breaking free requires Atreus to confront truths about himself that years of divine suppression have kept buried beneath layers of imposed certainty. He must excavate his authentic self from beneath the accumulated sediment of cosmic conditioning, distinguishing between thoughts that arise from his own nature and those implanted by external authority. This archaeological expedition through his own consciousness proves more challenging than any physical trial he faced during his ascent of Mount Targon. Each recovered fragment of genuine identity becomes both victory and weapon in the ongoing struggle. The memory of choosing to climb the mountain, not for cosmic purpose but for friendship and personal growth, provides him with a template for autonomous decision-making. The recollection of grief over Pylus's death, unfiltered by divine justification or tactical assessment, reminds him of the irreplaceable value of individual relationships. These human experiences, messy and irrational though they may be, create anchor points that cosmic power cannot easily dissolve or redirect. The aspect responds to this systematic reclamation with increasingly desperate measures, employing techniques of consciousness manipulation that push the boundaries of what even divine power should attempt. It floods Atreus's awareness with cosmic visions designed to overwhelm his emerging sense of self, presenting him with glimpses of universal order so vast and complex that individual identity seems insignificant by comparison. Yet these very attempts at suppression provide him with valuable intelligence about the nature of his captivity and the limits of his captor's control. Through careful observation of the aspect's responses to his resistance, Atreus begins to understand the underlying mechanics of divine possession. The entity does not simply override his consciousness through brute force, but rather operates by creating patterns of thought and response that feel natural while serving cosmic purposes. This revelation opens new avenues for resistance. If the control operates through the manipulation of seemingly natural impulses, then conscious awareness of this manipulation can serve as a form of immunity. The breakthrough comes when Atreus realizes that the aspect's greatest strength, its absolute certainty about cosmic necessity, also represents its greatest vulnerability. The entity cannot comprehend doubt, cannot process ambiguity, cannot adapt to situations where multiple truths exist simultaneously. By embracing the uncertainty that defines mortal existence, by accepting that he may be wrong about fundamental questions, while still asserting his right to choose, Atreus creates cognitive patterns that divine consciousness struggles to counter or contain. This strategic embrace of uncertainty proves more effective than any direct assault on the aspect's authority. Rather than challenging cosmic certainty with competing certainties, Atreus introduces the radical concept that some questions may not have absolute answers, that the universe might be complex enough to accommodate multiple valid perspectives simultaneously. This philosophical virus spreads through their shared consciousness, creating pockets of doubt within what was once seamless divine conviction. The internal battlefield begins to shift as Atreus gains increasing access to Pantheon's sensory systems and motor functions. These victories prove fleeting at first, moments when he can feel the wind on his skin without cosmic interpretation, seconds when he can move his hand according to his own will rather than divine directive. Yet each instance of reclaimed autonomy, however brief, serves as proof that liberation remains possible and provides the emotional fuel needed to sustain continued resistance. The struggle intensifies when the aspect realizes that subtle suppression and manipulation are no longer adequate to maintain control. The entity abandons its preference for invisible influence in favor of more direct and forceful methods, engaging in outright warfare for dominance over their shared form. This escalation proves costly for both combatants. The aspect must divert increasing resources from cosmic responsibilities to internal security, while Atreus risks total annihilation if his rebellion fails. Yet the change in tactics also reveals crucial information about the nature of their relationship. The aspect's resort to forceful suppression demonstrates that it cannot simply erase Atreus's consciousness without compromising its own effectiveness as a cosmic agent. The entity needs some level of mortal awareness to function properly in the physical realm, creating a dependency that Atreus can potentially exploit. The realization that his captor needs him as much as he needs freedom transforms Atreus's approach to the conflict. Rather than seeking complete victory through the destruction of divine presence, He begins to explore the possibility of renegotiating the terms of their coexistence. This shift from warfare to diplomacy catches the aspect unprepared, as cosmic entities rarely encounter mortals sophisticated enough to propose alternative arrangements. The negotiations that follow occur in the space between thoughts, conducted through subtle adjustments in consciousness rather than explicit communication. Atreus demonstrates his growing ability to influence Pantheon's actions while the aspect struggles to maintain operational efficiency in the face of persistent resistance. Both parties begin to recognize that their current relationship, based on absolute dominion and total subjugation, may be unsustainable in the long term. Progress proves slow and uncertain, complicated by the vast differences in perspective between mortal and divine consciousness. The aspect views their conflict through the lens of cosmic necessity, seeing Atreus's resistance as an obstacle to important work that must be accomplished. Atreus experiences their struggle as a fundamental question of personal autonomy, the right to exist as himself, rather than as an instrument of external will. Yet gradually, through the accumulated weight of countless small interactions and adjustments, a new dynamic begins to emerge. The aspect starts to incorporate Atreus's perspectives into its decision-making processes, not through coercion, but through something approaching consultation. Atreus gains increasing influence over Pantheon's actions, while accepting that cosmic responsibilities must sometimes take precedence over personal preferences. This evolution from possession toward partnership proves neither smooth nor certain. Both consciousness must constantly renegotiate the boundaries of their relationship, determining which decisions belong to divine wisdom and which should reflect mortal judgment. The process requires compromise from both parties. The aspect must accept that absolute control may be less effective than collaborative effort, while Atreus must acknowledge that cosmic perspective sometimes reveals necessities invisible to mortal awareness. The most significant test of their emerging partnership occurs when external circumstances force them to function as a unified entity, despite their unresolved internal conflicts. Faced with threats that require the full integration of divine power and mortal determination, both consciousness discover that their differences in perspective can actually enhance their collective effectiveness rather than undermining it. As our exploration of liberation and compromise draws toward its conclusion, we witness the gradual transformation of what began as absolute subjugation into something far more complex and mutually beneficial. Atreus has not achieved complete freedom in the traditional sense, but he has reclaimed the essential right to participate in decisions about his own existence. The aspect has not maintained perfect control, but it has gained access to insights and perspectives that enhance its cosmic effectiveness. In these moments when rigid authority gives way to collaborative partnership, when the powerless discover their capacity to influence even cosmic forces, we might reflect on the nature of true strength and genuine freedom. What does it mean to be unbreakable when breaking free entirely may not be possible? And how do we find authentic expression of our identity within the constraints that life inevitably places upon us? Chapter 9. The Reborn Warrior. From the ashes of divine domination and mortal rebellion, something unprecedented emerges, a fusion of cosmic power and human will that transcends the limitations of both, while honoring the essential nature of each. As we witness Atreus's transformation into the true Pantheon, no longer merely vessel or victim but active participant in his own destiny, let us explore what it means to be reborn, not through external intervention, but through the reclamation of one's fundamental right to choose. Here, in the delicate balance between divine authority and mortal determination, a new form of strength takes shape that will reshape the very concept of what it means to be unbreakable. Picture yourself observing the moment when the long struggle for identity reaches its resolution, not through the victory of one side over the other, but through the synthesis of seemingly incompatible elements into something greater than their sum. The warrior who stands at this crossroads bears the scars of cosmic conflict, while carrying within him the undiminished flame of human conscience. This is no longer the simple Rakkor youth who climbed Mount Targon driven by friendship and ambition, Nor is it the perfect divine weapon that descended to carry out celestial will without question or hesitation. The transformation manifests first in subtle changes that would escape casual observation, but represent revolutionary shifts in the fundamental nature of consciousness. When Pantheon moves now, each gesture carries the deliberate intention of mortal choice, rather than the inevitable execution of cosmic programming. His bronze-wreathed form still channels divine power with devastating effectiveness, yet that power serves purposes that arise from the synthesis of celestial wisdom and human values, rather than the unchallenged dominion of either alone. The relationship between Atreus and the aspect has evolved into something that neither party anticipated when their forced partnership began. Where once divine will simply overrode mortal preference, now complex negotiations occur in the space between heartbeats, determining how cosmic power should be applied in service of objectives that honor both universal necessity and individual conscience. This internal dialogue creates a new form of tactical thinking that combines the vast perspective of divine awareness with the nuanced understanding of mortal emotion and motivation. The first test of this transformed relationship comes when Pantheon encounters a situation that would have once demanded the aspect's cold, efficient resolution. A village caught between warring factions faces destruction regardless of which side emerges victorious, their fate sealed by strategic necessities that transcend their individual worth or desires. The old Pantheon would have calculated the cosmic significance of each possible outcome and acted accordingly, viewing civilian casualties as regrettable but acceptable costs of maintaining universal order. Yet the reborn warrior approaches this crisis with a fundamentally different perspective. Atreus's influence ensures that the human cost of any action receives equal consideration with its cosmic implications, while the aspect's wisdom provides understanding of the broader consequences that pure compassion might overlook. Together, they devise a solution that would have been impossible for either consciousness acting alone, a strategy that preserves innocent life while serving the greater good, demonstrating that moral choice and tactical necessity need not be mutually exclusive. This integration of divine power with mortal conscience creates capabilities that surpass what either component could achieve independently. The aspect's cosmic awareness, when filtered through Atreus's understanding of human nature, reveals strategic opportunities that pure divine logic would miss. Conversely, Atreus's moral instincts, when informed by celestial perspective, develop into principled positions that can withstand the test of universal scrutiny. The process of becoming truly unified proves neither simple nor automatic. Both consciousness must constantly negotiate the boundaries of their collaboration, determining when cosmic necessity should override personal preference and when moral principles should take precedence over strategic advantage. These internal debates occur with lightning speed during moments of crisis, yet each decision shapes the evolving character of their shared identity. As word of Pantheon's changed nature spreads throughout the cosmic realm, other divine entities respond with mixtures of curiosity, concern, and outright alarm. Some aspects view this development as a dangerous precedent that could undermine the established order of celestial authority. Others recognize the potential advantages of incorporating mortal perspective into divine decision-making. The debate that ensues touches on fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, authority, and the proper relationship between cosmic and earthly concerns. Yet Pantheon's effectiveness in addressing threats that require both divine power and mortal insight gradually wins over even his most skeptical observers. When ancient evils emerge that prey specifically on human emotion and vulnerability, his ability to understand their targets from within proves invaluable. When cosmic forces threaten mortal civilizations, his capacity to appreciate what would be lost provides motivation that pure duty cannot match. The transformation extends beyond tactical considerations into the realm of personal identity and emotional experience. For the first time since his possession began, Atreus can form genuine relationships based on choice rather than cosmic programming. His interactions with other beings carry the authenticity of personal investment rather than the hollow perfection of divine role-playing. This return to authentic emotional experience, proves both liberating and overwhelming after years of artificial detachment. The memories of friendship and loss that once served as weapons in his rebellion against divine control now integrate naturally into his expanded consciousness. Pylus's death no longer represents merely a tactical lesson about the costs of mortal ambition, but a genuine tragedy that shaped his understanding of sacrifice and dedication. This emotional depth adds richness to his decision-making, while providing motivation that transcends abstract duty or cosmic imperative. Perhaps most significantly, the Reborn pantheon develops the capacity for growth and change that neither pure divinity nor simple mortality could achieve alone. The aspect's eternal nature, when combined with Atreus's capacity for learning and adaptation, creates a consciousness that can evolve while maintaining essential characteristics. This flexibility proves crucial when facing challenges that require innovation rather than the application of established patterns. The relationship with divine power itself undergoes fundamental transformation. Where once the aspect's abilities flowed through Atreus without his conscious participation, now he actively shapes how cosmic forces manifest in the physical realm. His bronze spear burns with starfire not because divine will commands it, but because mortal determination chooses to channel celestial power toward worthy objectives. This sense of agency in the application of cosmic authority proves profoundly satisfying after years of serving as a passive conduit. The integration process reveals unexpected compatibilities between mortal and divine nature. The aspect's infinite patience finds complement in Atreus's mortal urgency, creating a temporal perspective that can appreciate both immediate needs and eternal consequences. Divine certainty, when tempered by human doubt, develops into wisdom that acknowledges the complexity of truth while still providing clear guidance for action. Yet challenges remain in this new form of existence. The constant negotiation between different forms of consciousness requires enormous mental energy, while the responsibility of wielding cosmic power according to moral principles creates pressures that neither pure divinity nor simple mortality would face. The Reborn pantheon must constantly balance competing demands while maintaining the integrity of both components of his dual nature. The most profound change occurs in his relationship with other mortals. Where the possessed pantheon regarded ordinary humans as inferior beings requiring divine guidance, the reborn warrior recognizes them as fellow conscious entities deserving of respect and consideration. This shift in perspective transforms every interaction, infusing cosmic power with the humility that comes from remembering one's own mortal origins. As our exploration of rebirth and integration approaches its culmination, we witness the emergence of something truly unprecedented, a being that bridges the gap between divine and mortal, while fully honoring the essential nature of both. Atreus has not simply reclaimed his humanity, but transformed it into something that can exist in partnership with cosmic power. The aspect has not lost its divine authority, but learned to exercise it in service of principles that transcend mere efficiency or universal order. In these moments when opposing forces discover their capacity for synthesis, when apparent contradictions resolve into greater truth, we might consider our own potential for growth beyond the limitations that seem to define us. How do we integrate the different aspects of our nature into authentic wholeness, and what becomes possible when we stop viewing internal conflicts as battles to be won, rather than relationships to be negotiated? Chapter 10. Defender of the Mortal Realm. With his identity reclaimed and his purpose redefined, the Reborn pantheon stands as something unprecedented in the cosmic order. A divine champion who serves not the distant calculations of celestial authority, but the immediate needs and inherent worth of mortal existence. As we witness his transformation from unwilling vessel to willing protector, let us explore how true strength manifests, not in the domination of the weak, but in their defense against forces that would exploit or destroy them. Here, where divine power meets human compassion, a new form of heroism takes shape that challenges the very foundations of how cosmic entities view their relationship with the mortal realm. Imagine yourself standing beside Pantheon as he surveys the world below from the heights of Mount Targon, his enhanced perception revealing threats and opportunities invisible to ordinary sight. Yet his gaze no longer carries the cold assessment of cosmic efficiency, but the warm concern of one who has remembered what it means to be mortal and vulnerable. The bronze-wreathed warrior sees not tactical resources or strategic assets, but communities of conscious beings whose hopes and fears, joys and sorrows, deserve protection simply because they exist. The first test of his new mission arrives when cosmic entities, disturbed by reports of Pantheon's changed nature, dispatch an emissary to investigate what they perceive as dangerous deviation from established celestial protocol. The being that manifests before him radiates authority accumulated across eons, its presence a reminder of the vast power structures that govern the relationship between divine and mortal realms. Yet Pantheon meets this challenge, not with the automatic deference of a subordinate, but with the respectful confidence of an equal. The conversation that follows proves unlike any exchange in cosmic history, where celestial entities typically communicate through the direct transmission of absolute concepts. Pantheon introduces nuance and ambiguity that force his visitor to grapple with complexities it has never before considered. He speaks of mortal worth, not in terms of cosmic utility, but as intrinsic value that requires no external justification. His words carry the weight of divine authority yet flow with the passion of personal conviction. The emissary struggles to comprehend how cosmic power can be wielded in service of principles that sometimes conflict with universal efficiency. It presents carefully reasoned arguments about the necessity of celestial hierarchy, the importance of maintaining proper relationships between superior and inferior forms of consciousness, the dangers inherent in allowing mortal concerns to influence divine decision-making. Yet each cosmic certainty meets with patient but unwavering rebuttal grounded in hard-won understanding of consciousness and identity. This philosophical confrontation concludes without resolution in traditional terms, for Pantheon refuses to submit to cosmic authority, while the emissary cannot compel obedience from one who wields genuine divine power. The standoff establishes a new dynamic in celestial politics, the existence of a divine champion who operates according to moral principles rather than hierarchical commands. This precedent sends ripples through the cosmic realm, as other entities begin to question long-held assumptions about proper relationships between different forms of consciousness. The practical implications of Pantheon's new mission manifest in his response to threats that target mortal civilizations. When ancient evils emerge from forgotten realms to prey upon human settlements, they encounter not the calculated resistance of cosmic law enforcement, but the passionate defense of one who understands both the value of what they seek to destroy and the full extent of power available to prevent such destruction. These confrontations prove more challenging for the forces of darkness than anticipated, for they face an opponent whose motivation transcends duty or programming. One such encounter occurs when entities from the Shadow Isles attempt to expand their realm of undeath into territories populated by thriving communities. The Black Mist carries with it not merely the threat of physical destruction, but the deeper horror of spiritual corruption that transforms victims into instruments of the very force that destroys them. Traditional cosmic response would focus on containing the threat to prevent universal contamination, accepting regional destruction as an acceptable cost of maintaining broader stability. Yet Pantheon approaches this crisis with fundamentally different priorities. His enhanced understanding of mortal experience reveals the true scope of what would be lost if these communities fall, not merely strategic resources or population centers, but networks of relationship and meaning that give existence significance beyond mere survival. Armed with this perspective, he devises strategies that prioritize preservation of life and consciousness rather than simple tactical efficiency. The battle that follows demonstrates the unique capabilities that emerge from the synthesis of divine power and mortal conscience. Pantheon's cosmic awareness allows him to perceive the true nature of the Shadow Isles' assault, while his human empathy provides motivation that makes cosmic power burn brighter than mere duty ever could. His bronze spear cuts through undead horrors, not with cold efficiency, but with the passionate conviction of one who fights for something precious, rather than against something merely inconvenient. The victory proves more complete than traditional cosmic intervention would have achieved. Not only are the forces of undeath repelled, but the communities they threatened emerge stronger and more unified, their experience of being defended by divine power, while retaining their autonomy, creating a new model for the relationship between mortal and celestial realms. This success provides proof that Pantheon's approach serves cosmic interests more effectively than traditional methods, while honoring principles that pure divine logic would overlook. As word of these victories spreads, other cosmic entities begin to take notice of Pantheon's methods and their results. Some approach with genuine curiosity about how divine power can be enhanced, rather than diminished by mortal perspective. Others arrive with challenges designed to test whether his principles can withstand the pressure of truly difficult moral choices. Each encounter provides opportunities to refine and develop the philosophical framework that guides his actions. The most significant test arrives when Pantheon must choose between preventing a cosmic catastrophe that would reshape multiple dimensions and saving a single mortal community that has no strategic importance beyond its own existence. Traditional cosmic logic would sacrifice the few to preserve the many without hesitation, viewing such choices as regrettable but necessary applications of universal mathematics. Yet Pantheon's enhanced perspective reveals possibilities that pure divine reasoning would miss. Through careful analysis that combines cosmic awareness with mortal creativity, he discovers a solution that seemed impossible from either purely divine or purely human viewpoint. The strategy requires precise timing, enormous personal risk, and the coordination of forces across multiple planes of existence. Yet it offers the potential to achieve both objectives, preventing cosmic catastrophe while preserving every life that would otherwise be sacrificed to necessity. The implementation of this plan pushes Pantheon's capabilities to their absolute limits, requiring him to channel cosmic forces in ways that test the structural integrity of his hybrid consciousness. The success that follows proves that moral principle and cosmic necessity need not be mutually exclusive when approached with sufficient wisdom, creativity, and determination. This victory establishes Pantheon's reputation as more than merely an unconventional cosmic agent. He becomes recognized as an innovator whose methods achieve results that traditional approaches cannot match. The philosophical implications of these successes begin to influence other cosmic entities who observe their effectiveness. Some aspects begin experimenting with incorporating mortal perspective into their decision-making processes, though few achieve the seamless integration that characterizes Pantheon's consciousness. The cosmic realm experiences something approaching a renaissance of thought as ancient certainties face challenge from proven alternatives. Yet Pantheon's mission extends beyond dramatic confrontations with cosmic threats to encompass the quieter, but no less important work of inspiration and guidance. His presence among mortal communities serves as living proof that divine power can serve rather than dominate, that cosmic authority can enhance rather than replace individual agency. These examples begin to reshape how mortals view their relationship with forces beyond their understanding. The transformation proves mutual, for Pantheon's ongoing interaction with mortal communities continues to refine his understanding of what makes existence meaningful. Each life saved, each community protected, each moment of authentic human connection adds depth to his perspective, while providing motivation that transcends abstract principle. This continuous growth ensures that his mission remains grounded in genuine understanding, rather than theoretical idealism. As our exploration of divine service to mortal welfare approaches its conclusion, we witness the emergence of a new model for cosmic heroism that serves as an alternative to traditional hierarchies of power and submission. Pantheon has proven that divine authority can coexist with mortal autonomy, that cosmic power can enhance rather than diminish the value of individual choice, that true strength lies in protection rather than domination. In these moments when power chooses service over supremacy, when strength dedicates itself to the defense of apparent weakness, we might reflect on our own opportunities to use whatever capabilities we possess in service of others' well-being. What responsibilities do our advantages create? And how do we ensure that our strength serves to empower rather than overshadow those who depend upon our support? Chapter 11. The Unbreakable Will. In the deepest understanding of what it truly means to be unbreakable lies a paradox that challenges every conventional notion of strength and resilience. As we explore the essence of Pantheon's transformation from possessed vessel to autonomous champion, let us discover that true unbreakability comes not from the absence of vulnerability, but from the conscious choice to persist despite it. Here, where divine power meets mortal determination, we find that the greatest strength lies not in never bending, but in the refusal to remain broken when forces beyond our control seek to shatter who we are meant to be. Picture yourself contemplating the nature of strength as Pantheon stands upon a battlefield where the impossible has become routine, where cosmic forces clash with such intensity that reality itself bends and warps around their conflict. Yet, amidst this display of overwhelming power, the most remarkable force present is not the divine authority that flows through his bronze-wreathed form, nor the cosmic knowledge that guides his tactical decisions. Instead, it is the simple but profound determination of a mortal consciousness that has chosen to persist, to remain itself, despite every pressure that would reshape it into something else entirely. The quality that makes Pantheon truly unbreakable reveals itself not in moments of triumph, but in instances of apparent defeat when every rational calculation suggests surrender. When cosmic entities combine their efforts to force him back into the role of compliant vessel, when the weight of divine disapproval threatens to crush his hybrid consciousness, when the sheer magnitude of responsibility he has assumed seems too great for any individual to bear. In these moments, his true strength manifests not as resistance to breaking, but as the capacity to reform stronger than before. This resilience emerges from sources that pure divine power cannot understand or replicate. The memory of Pylus's friendship, rather than serving as a weakness to be exploited, becomes a foundation stone that cannot be moved or altered by external force. The pain of loss, instead of diminishing his capacity for action, provides him with profound understanding of what truly matters and what deserves protection at any cost. The experience of helplessness during his initial possession transforms into determination that no other conscious being should suffer such violation of their essential identity. The aspect, in its gradual acceptance of partnership rather than domination, begins to understand that these sources of mortal strength actually enhance rather than compromise their shared effectiveness. The emotional bonds that Atreus values so highly provide motivation that transcends the abstract duty that once drove their actions. The moral principles that guide his choices create consistency and predictability that improve their strategic effectiveness. The capacity for growth and adaptation that characterizes mortal consciousness allows them to develop new capabilities that pure divine nature could never achieve. Yet the path to this understanding proves neither smooth nor certain. Moments arise when the fundamental differences between divine and mortal perspective create internal conflicts that threaten to tear their hybrid consciousness apart. The aspect's infinite patience clashes with Atreus's mortal urgency, while his emotional investment in specific outcomes challenges divine acceptance of cosmic necessity. These conflicts require constant renegotiation of their partnership, each resolution strengthening the bonds between them while revealing new sources of potential tension. The true test of Pantheon's unbreakable nature arrives when he faces an enemy that strikes directly at the foundation of his integrated identity. Ancient entities that predate the current cosmic order emerge from forgotten realms, wielding powers specifically designed to separate divine essence from mortal consciousness. Their assault targets not his physical form, or even his cosmic abilities, but the delicate synthesis that allows Atreus and the aspect to function as unified partners, rather than captor and captive. The attack manifests as a form of spiritual dissolution that seeks to restore what these entities consider the proper order, divine consciousness operating without the contamination of mortal perspective, celestial power freed from the limitations of individual conscience, The forces arrayed against him possess understanding of consciousness manipulation that rivals even the aspect's cosmic knowledge, their techniques refined across eons of imposing their vision of proper hierarchy upon resistant subjects. Under this assault, Pantheon experiences something approaching the original trauma of possession, as external forces attempt to pry apart the integrated consciousness he has fought so hard to achieve. The pain proves excruciating not merely in its intensity, but in its specific targeting of everything that makes him unique. The hard-won balance between power and responsibility, the carefully negotiated partnership between different forms of awareness, the synthesis of cosmic capability with mortal values. Yet it is precisely in this moment of maximum vulnerability that Pantheon's true unbreakable nature reveals itself. Rather than attempting to resist the assault through raw force or cosmic authority, he draws strength from the very qualities his attackers seek to eliminate. His love for those he protects provides motivation that transcends self-preservation. His commitment to principles that honor both divine wisdom and mortal worth creates a core of identity that external force cannot reshape. His determination to remain himself, regardless of the cost, transforms apparent weakness into unexpected strength. The battle that follows occurs primarily in the realm of consciousness and identity, with each side seeking to impose their vision of proper order upon reality itself. Pantheon's enemies wield power accumulated across cosmic ages, their authority derived from fundamental forces that shaped the universe before individual consciousness emerged as a significant factor. Yet they face an opponent whose strength comes not from age or accumulated power, but from conscious choice continually renewed in each moment. The turning point arrives when Pantheon realizes that his attackers, despite their vast power and ancient authority, suffer from a crucial limitation. They cannot understand or anticipate the behavior of truly integrated consciousness. Their techniques assume that divine and mortal elements can be separated because they have never encountered a being where such integration reached genuine synthesis. This blindness to the possibilities of authentic partnership becomes their downfall. Through tactics that combine cosmic awareness with mortal creativity, Pantheon not only defeats his attackers, but does so in ways that demonstrate the superiority of integrated consciousness over pure divine authority. His victory proves that the synthesis he represents is not a corruption of proper cosmic order, but an evolution beyond it, a new form of existence that transcends the limitations of both its component parts. The aftermath of this conflict sends reverberations throughout the cosmic realm, as entities that once viewed Pantheon's nature as aberrant begin to recognize it as advancement. Some cosmic beings approach him seeking guidance on how they might achieve similar integration with mortal perspective. Others begin experimenting with forms of partnership and collaboration that honor individual consciousness rather than simply overwhelming it. Yet perhaps the most significant result occurs within Pantheon himself, as the experience of defending his integrated nature against cosmic assault provides him with absolute certainty about his identity and purpose. He no longer exists as Atreus fighting to reclaim his humanity, or as the aspect seeking to fulfill cosmic duty, but as something genuinely new, a being whose unbreakable will emerges from the conscious choice to remain true to principles that honor both divine capability and mortal worth. This resolution transforms even the most challenging aspects of his existence, from sources of conflict into wellsprings of strength. The responsibility of wielding cosmic power according to moral principles becomes a privilege rather than a burden. The need to constantly balance competing perspectives develops into a skill that enhances rather than complicates decision-making. The pressure of serving as an example for new forms of consciousness evolves into motivation that sustains him through the most difficult challenges. The unbreakable will that defines Pantheon reveals itself as something far more sophisticated than simple stubbornness or refusal to change. Instead, it represents the conscious commitment to remain true to essential principles while adapting to circumstances in ways that serve those principles more effectively. This flexibility within firmness, this capacity for growth without abandonment of core identity, becomes the foundation upon which he builds his ongoing mission. As our exploration of raw strength and authentic resilience approaches its culmination, we witness the emergence of a being whose unbreakable nature comes not from invulnerability, but from the conscious choice to continue choosing who he will be regardless of external pressure. Pantheon has discovered that the greatest strength lies not in never falling, but in always rising, not in avoiding breaking, but in reforming stronger than before, not in isolation from influence, but in integration that honors all aspects of his complex nature. In these moments, when apparent weakness transforms into unexpected strength, when the capacity to be hurt becomes the foundation for genuine resilience, we might reflect on the sources of our own unbreakable qualities. What aspects of ourselves do we choose to preserve regardless of external pressure, and how do these core commitments provide strength that no external force can diminish or destroy? Chapter 12. Legacy of Defiance. In the grand tapestry of cosmic history, where the threads of individual choice weave patterns that stretch across eternity, few events have proven as transformative as the rebellion of a single mortal consciousness against divine dominion. As we reach the culmination of Pantheon's extraordinary journey from possessed vessel to autonomous champion, let us explore how one act of defiance can ripple outward to reshape the fundamental assumptions upon which entire orders of existence rest. Here, where personal liberation becomes universal inspiration, we discover that the greatest legacy any being can leave is proof that authentic choice remains possible even in the face of overwhelming authority. Picture yourself standing at the intersection of past and future, where the echoes of Atreus' struggle reverberate through dimensions both mortal and divine, their impact expanding far beyond what any single individual should be able to achieve. The bronze-wreathed figure who surveys the realm below bears little resemblance to the simple Rakkor warrior who once climbed Mount Targon driven by friendship and dreams of glory. Yet he carries within him every lesson learned, every price paid, every moment of choice that transformed captivity into partnership and submission into collaboration. The immediate effects of Pantheon's transformation manifest in the changing relationships between cosmic entities and the mortal realm. They once viewed as subordinate territory, where celestial beings previously operated according to unquestioned assumptions about proper hierarchy and necessary dominion, they now encounter questions that challenge the very foundations of their authority. The existence of a divine champion who serves mortal interests while wielding cosmic power creates precedents that cannot be ignored or easily dismissed. Other aspects find themselves confronting uncomfortable questions about the nature of their own relationships with mortal vessels. If the aspect of war can function more effectively through partnership than domination, what does this suggest about their own methods of interaction with human consciousness? Some begin experimenting with forms of collaboration that honor individual identity while pursuing cosmic objectives. Others resist these changes, viewing them as dangerous corruption of proper celestial order. The debates that emerge within the cosmic realm prove as intense as any physical conflict, for they touch on fundamental questions of authority, consciousness, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. Ancient entities that have operated according to unchanging principles for eons find themselves forced to defend assumptions they never before questioned. The mere existence of Pantheon's integrated consciousness serves as an ongoing challenge to systems of thought that have shaped reality since time immemorial. Yet the most profound impact occurs not among cosmic entities, but within the communities of mortals who witness what becomes possible when divine power serves rather than dominates human will. Stories of Pantheon's victories spread across Runeterra, carrying with them implications that extend far beyond the immediate tactical successes they describe. Here is proof that individuals need not surrender their essential nature to cosmic authority, that collaboration between mortal and divine consciousness can achieve results impossible for either alone. These tales inspire other mortals who face their own struggles with forces that seek to diminish or control their autonomy. Warriors who encounter aspects begin to question whether submission represents the only possible relationship with cosmic power. Scholars studying the nature of divine authority discover new possibilities for negotiation and partnership. Leaders confronting overwhelming challenges find encouragement in the example of one who refused to accept that circumstances determined the limits of what could be achieved. The ripple effects extend even to relationships between mortals themselves, as Pantheon's example demonstrates that true strength lies not in domination, but in the protection of others' right to choose their own paths. Communities that once accepted hierarchy as natural law begin experimenting with forms of governance that honor individual consciousness while pursuing collective objectives. The very concept of leadership undergoes transformation, as the model of service rather than supremacy gains credibility through divine example. Perhaps most significantly, Pantheon's legacy challenges the fundamental assumption that consciousness exists in isolation, competing for scarce resources of attention and authority. His synthesis of divine and mortal awareness demonstrates that different forms of consciousness can enhance rather than diminish each other when approached with genuine respect for their unique contributions. This revelation opens possibilities for cooperation and collaboration that transcend traditional boundaries between different types of beings. The practical applications of these insights begin to manifest in unexpected ways throughout Runeterra. Ancient conflicts between human settlements and mystical entities find resolution through negotiation rather than conquest. Magical practitioners discover techniques that honor the consciousness present in natural forces rather than simply commanding their obedience. Even relationships between different mortal cultures benefit from the recognition that diversity of perspective enhances rather than threatens collective strength. Yet Pantheon's influence extends beyond immediate practical applications to touch the deepest philosophical questions that conscious beings face. His example provides evidence that identity remains malleable without becoming meaningless, that growth and change can occur without abandonment of essential principles, that integration of opposing forces creates strength rather than confusion. These insights prove valuable to any being struggling to balance competing demands while maintaining authentic selfhood. The opposition that Pantheon's transformation generates proves as significant as the inspiration it provides. Ancient entities whose authority depends upon unquestioned cosmic hierarchy recognize the threat that his example represents to their established order. They organize resistance designed not merely to defeat him in combat, but to discredit the very possibility that his approach represents genuine advancement rather than dangerous aberration. These conflicts take many forms, from direct assault upon his integrated consciousness to subtle campaigns of propaganda designed to undermine confidence in the viability of mortal-divine partnership. Some enemies attempt to demonstrate that his methods, while occasionally successful, prove ultimately unsustainable under the pressure of cosmic responsibility. Others seek to corrupt the inspiration he provides by creating false examples of integration that lead to disaster and disillusionment. Yet each challenge serves to refine and strengthen both Pantheon's capabilities and the philosophical framework that guides his actions. The need to defend his principles against sophisticated opposition forces him to develop ever more nuanced understanding of how authentic partnership between different forms of consciousness can be achieved and maintained. These defensive battles become educational opportunities that advance the cause they seek to destroy. The most profound test of Pantheon's legacy occurs when other mortals attempt to follow his example by asserting their autonomy against cosmic authority. Not all possess the unique combination of circumstances, capabilities, and determination that made his transformation possible. Some efforts end in tragedy, their failure seized upon by opponents as evidence that his path represents dangerous delusion rather than genuine possibility. Yet Pantheon responds to these failures, not with discouragement, but with commitment to developing better methods of guidance and support for those who seek similar liberation. He begins to understand that his legacy must include not merely the example of what becomes possible, but practical wisdom about how such possibilities can be safely and effectively pursued. This expansion of his mission transforms him from symbol into teacher, from inspiration into guide. The long-term implications of his defiance continue to unfold across the cosmic realm, as the principles he embodies gradually reshape the fundamental structures of authority and consciousness. Ancient systems of dominion give way to new models of cooperation. Traditional hierarchies evolve into networks of mutual support and enhancement. The very concept of power undergoes transformation as service replaces supremacy as the highest expression of strength. As our journey through Pantheon's extraordinary transformation draws toward its conclusion, we witness the emergence of changes that will continue to reverberate through eternity. A single act of defiance has become a cosmic force for liberation and growth. One mortal's refusal to surrender his essential identity has opened pathways that will allow countless others to pursue their own authentic development without abandoning the benefits of cosmic connection. The legacy that Pantheon leaves is not merely the record of his own victories, but proof that consciousness itself possesses qualities that no external authority can completely control or reshape. His example demonstrates that the deepest strength lies not in power over others, but in the courage to remain true to one's own principles while growing beyond the limitations that once seemed absolute. In these final moments of reflection, as we consider the full scope of what one individual's choice to resist unjust authority has accomplished, we might ask ourselves what defiance we carry within our own hearts. What aspects of our authentic nature do we protect against forces that would reshape us according to their preferences? And how might our own acts of principled resistance inspire possibilities that extend far beyond our immediate circumstances?